Hello. Is this no marks? Anti-mark cream for dry skin. I'll wash my hands first. Be right back. Sorry about that. Back again. So I got this, just the extensions that we're going to be using. It's, Expression Ultraman. There's 3 little bunches. I don't know how many I'll use. It depends. I usually just do the front because the back is hard to get to. But hopefully you'll learn. Sorry. Okay. So I'm going to, I usually don't wash my face, but because I usually have it washed already, but I'm going to go to the bathroom and wash it with this stuff right here. Have a green grape cleansing foam. And skin safety tested. And we're going to need a little scrubby. So let's do this little one here. I scrubbed my nose too much last time. Well, I actually just kind of took this little blade here and we do all of our face, and when it came to the nose I kind of scratched it a little bit. Can you see? So we don't have to use this baby all that much. I'll be right back. Okay. Oops. Put it thicker where I have scars from cold sores that I had when I was younger, and I still get them, but got a lot of scars in here. So just leave it thick, let it absorb. Oops. Just a little bit in the back. So let that absorb a little bit. Take this off. It's a bit wet. So I wanted to do this the order that I wrote it, but I can't do that. So let's try to do a little bit of braiding. I'll show you how to braid and add an extension. Hopefully you'll know what I'm doing when I do it. So First, I'm going to use this body. It's Body by Passion Parties. There's a B on it. And it's Tony Body Butter Coconut Lemongrass. It smells amazing. So I'm going to put this on my hair, my face a little bit. Whatever's good for the skin is good for the hair. And then that's not something I'm making up. The teacher, cosmetologist teacher said exactly that. If it's really good for the skin, it's good for the hair. So just keep that in mind. If you don't have your treatment, put a little body butter like I am now, and it smells amazing. So I'm gonna get my brush out of my purse. Just because it's a strong brush. I'll show you it actually. Oh, if it's in here. Here it is. All it is it's a princess brush from like Walt Disney, and they really know how to make brushes because this will never. It's amazing. This brush will probably last you 40 years. I took the sticker out. Don't want to walk around with a princess. Oh, this is just a cream. The the cream I just showed you, and it's absorbing really well. I just don't want it mixed up with my hair that's falling off. This will brush anything. It's just small enough to go in the purse. That's why I like it. Ugh. Hair shedding like crazy. Okay, so first you have to find out where you want your parts. And it has to be like clean parts. So let me see what I want. So I'm going to go behind the ear and go up, clean, and end up in behind the ear here. Now I could do the whole head, but it's going to take me a lot longer, and I'm not sure we have that kind of time, and honestly, I won't have enough energy to do so. So we'll just take the part and do this amount of hair. Hopefully I could do it. And let's see if they're even. Probably not, but we'll just tie this out of the way and make more clean parts. So I think for it to look really professional, the part has to be on point. So kind of loosely tie and then do it. Okay, so let's start on one end. This end. So I did like behind the ear here. Make sure I did like a little bit. Well, it's not really behind, but it's clean anyway. And I can split it into two. That's probably how big I want them. I can make them larger. I can make them one. So I think we'll do one because I want to make them a little bit bigger. I don't have all day to come here and do extensions all day on my hair. This is a lot of work. So we're going to take one little section and you can do it as long. You can, if you start here, your roll here, then you can make it as long as you can. This is probably the longest you can go if you start your braid here. And I'm going to take this elastic out. So I think I'm going to go a middle way, right where the elastic is. I'm going to take about, make sure you separate it and make sure that it's not going to tangle. So right where it actually bends like that's where I'm going to do it. So you got a piece here. And this is how I know how to do it. There's many ways. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this middle section and wrap 3 times around it. So 1, 2, and 3. Then I'm going to braid all 3 sections, but I have to use the real hair. So just braid it so that it is nice and tight. So you kind of have to feel for it. And start braiding nice and tight. So this one is the gray hair because I wanted to grow out my hair, but then my mom, she's not well and she doesn't like the gray hair. So, but like she's not doing well, so I just try to do something that she likes. If I could control it or have ways of doing it, I will. So, okay, so right around here. You know that it's thinner than the other sections. So take a little bit off a little bit of section of the other one. So you just take a little bit of that one, mix it up, and go over. But make sure it's nice and tight. You don't want to ever not do braids nice and tight because if you don't, they'll fall off. And if you don't do it tight, they just don't look. They don't look good. I mean, they don't look like professional. So what you want to do is like you see which section is like this section has the hair, this section has the hair, and this one is thin already. So you take wherever it's thicker, and add it to the skinny piece, and then try to braid, of course, the very tight and under however you started. If you went under, then you finish under. So now I got three sections that are roughly the same, so I'll just braid it all the way down. What I mean is the thickness of each strand is all equal, so I could braid it all the way down. Did you see what I do? I'll do it again so you could learn. But this part is where you speed up and go really fast, because you could do it tight, but you could go faster too. So this is, if you pick up your speed, this is great for the client, because nobody has this time. Well, we do make time, but it's just not the best if you're going slow and stuff like that. You wanna rush at every what is it every moment that you can. You try to rush it to the max, so then you can do not only professional but quick too. So now there's going to be little strands, like if you could see this here. This is my real hair being braided into the other ones. So they're going to be like little sticks out, but then that's okay because we trim that. See, they're over here too. We just trim that. It won't even notice on your haircut. Don't worry about like chopping off a big piece of your hair or anything, but make sure you make it tight, because you don't want to be cutting off all the excess. So you just have to go a little quicker when you're braiding it, because you're already down to the bottom, or the middle shaft all the way down to the bottom. Just make sure all the strands are equal when you're braiding. And if they're not, just take a little bit of the other section, but not too much. You don't want to make your sections all thin and one. They have to be equal parts. So, or else the braid is not going to look good. So, see, like this one is shorter than this one. So you might want to take a little bit of the longer strand, add it, and braid. You won't be able to tell. But like, let's say you have the equal parts of strands, but there's one that's shorter. Take a little bit of that section from the longer piece and add it to the shorter piece and start braiding. So I'll just get up here so you can see how much I have left to braid. And it just depends on how far down you want the braid to go. Sorry, I have allergies. My nose is always running due to the weather. So it's a little harder to braid down there, and you'll get the hang of it once you braid a little quicker when you go down the shaft. So like the important part, you want to go slow where the hair is, and then start braiding as fast as you can. So I did it up to here. There's still quite a bit there to braid, but it starts to get too small that it just goes thin. So what you want to do, this is how you tie it, but you could add beads. You take about 2 or 3 hairs, because this is synthetic hair. This is not real hair. So real hair is a lot harder to do, but you take a little like 2 or 3 little hairs, and you wrap it. You grab it, and and you're gonna do the wrapping around the end of the hair. So you're gonna take one end, one little strand, little tiny little strand, and you wrap it around the hair, and then you could just tie it, because in the end, I mean, like, we're gonna trim it anyway, and it's thin enough you just tie it. But like you get what I'm saying, right? You take I'll show you because you won't know what I'm talking about. So you take a little section of the hair, see this section, and you wrap around it like you did almost at the beginning, but you just wrap around it like 3 times, and then you take another strand, like 1 or 2 hairs, nothing crazy, and then you tie it. You tie both ends. And you do a double knot. So one, and then you do it again. RD, hi. Hi, RD, how are you? Let me try it again with a longer piece this time. 1, 2, 3. Take a strand, another strand, and do a little tie there. So a little loop in, grab the hair. You did a little knot there. Hold on. It's kind of hard to do if you're not used to it. There we go. Oh. That's why this strand is not long enough. So let's do 2 knots here. Anyways, just tie it. Just knot it at the ends. You just don't want it to take out the braid. So there, you did 1 knot. That's good. We're going to trim it anyway. So you just trim it. That knot's too big anyway, but we'll cut it. So let's do the other section. Cool dress. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's a nice print. I like it. It's different. So what are you up to, RD? Are you a subscriber? Because I see you a lot here. So just make sure that the sectioning, you have a tail comb and you make it nice and straight. A straight line across. You want a nice clean section. Oops. Yeah, that's good. A little bit straighter than this. See, that's straight. So section the hair away because you might catch like little hairs from the other section if you don't put it away. So you want a nice clean line, and like it's getting thicker, so I could do 1 here or I could do 2. So I'm going to do 2. I did 1 here, 1 section here. I'm just going to do another section, make sure it's nice and clean, nice and even. You want the sections to look like squares, but like it's your choice how big the square you want. But if you do a smaller square, then what happens is, I'll just pin this out of the way. Where is that? Okay, it's right here. I'll pin this out of the way because you want like the clean section, like I said. So let's just pin this section here away. If you don't have that, just get a twist tie, a small one, and add that there. So I'm going to take another section of the hair. So depending on how big the section is how much you take for the hair. So in the center again. Make sure it's nice and tight. And you're going to wrap it through, hold it, pinch it, and you're going to wrap 1 around the hair 3 times. Oh, make sure you get the other ones out of the way. So 1, 2, well, okay, I'm going to start again. Got lost there. So I got the section in the middle here. You put the middle hair in the middle. Then you pinch it. Pinch both of them. You're going to take one section and you're going to wrap around it 3 times. 1, 2, and last one, 3. And then you're going to braid all 3 sections into the hair. So braid it under or over, whatever is tighter, whatever's going to make the braid nice and tight. And then once you got that braid in there, braid it as fast as you can down. And make sure you separate the sections on the way down because, like I said, this is halfway. But some of the hair, okay, when you have about this much section, look at this, see? And you're running out. Then you take a little piece of the synthetic hair, maybe, I don't know, 3/4 of it. See? No, and then I braid it in, whether under or over, whatever makes it tighter. And braid as fast as you can on the way down. And it's still, I have to take another section because it's a small little section. So you want to be able to make the bunches the same equal bunches. So if this one's thin, then grab a little bit of that one and then add it and then braid it. So now they're pretty much the same. They're pretty much the same quantity on all 3 strands. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. And like now that you have the 3 strands and like this, don't worry about this. We'll trim that a little bit. But once you get to the 3 strands and the hair is added already, try to go as fast as you can down. So this is where you pick up the speed, but make sure it's tight. And you'll know that by pinching it once in a while. And then just try to go as fast as you can down this shaft here. So this is where you pick up the speed. Here, go take your time. But when you're going down the shaft of the hair, pick up speed. I'm doing good, RN. RD, I mean, sorry, RD. I'm doing good today. You know, I had an episode this morning. Just woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I don't know. It's just that you got to keep busy. You got to have a good routine, and I just haven't been able to do that. And yeah, I've been waking up like crazy hours, and so like now I have 3 sections. They're thinning, but one is longer than the other. So if you want to make it longer, just take a little section, braid it where it's the tightest, add to the hair, and then start braiding and try to go as fast as you can down the shaft. That's where you pick up the speed, is down the shaft. Now I could braid this all the way down, but I really don't think it's not really, because once it gets a certain length, you would have to add more hair to get the same length of braid. So the very ends are not you know uh thick enough to be braiding all the way down. But you can add more hair, but that I wouldn't know how to do. I know you can add more hair, but I wouldn't know how to do it. I just This is the only way I was taught. So hopefully it'll be good enough. So I did 2 knots there and braided it, and then don't worry about the ends. We'll cut them after. So this is the third one I'm doing. And how I'm pulling out the hair is as thick as you want. You can make it thicker, but I'm doing about this much each section. So I'm only doing that because, well, I'm not making my braids too big. I can make them as big as I want, but this one is probably the best. So get in the middle there where there's that little loop. Pinch it, go around it. 1, 2, 3. Now braid it so that it's the tightest. You have 3 strands, the real hair, now the other one. So braid it where it's going to be the tightest, and the direction that you want the hair to go is down, but make sure it's nice and tight when you braid it here. So take your time. Trophy. RD is the hair green? No, the hair is gray and white. Which one? My real hair? Not my real hair. The fake hair is not green and white. It's gray. Gray with salt and pepper shake. So when you get about here, like there's a little strand here, like they're different sections. So take a little bit of this section, add it to the hair that's short, see, like that, and then braid it where it's nice and tight. Continue to braid it, but adding the section to the other set, a little bit to the other section, and braid it down. Yeah, the fake hair is gray. It's gray hair. So this is kind of thin here. So even that, take another section from the thicker part, add to it. Make sure you braid it nice and tight. Don't lose your place in it because you want nice and tight. And then once, like, see, the hair's already, we'll trim that up. But once it's past the hair, that's when you pick up the speed to braid it down. Make sure you're pinching the braid as you go down so you can see how tight it is and that it stays in place. What color is your hair, RD? Don't slow down. Like, if once you do it, when you get to the thinner braid, you might slow down, but just keep going fast. This is where you're gonna make up speed. Your client's gonna love you for it. And you still want nice and tight, aiming down all the whole time. So if they're not straight, don't worry. We're gonna get the hot water kettle. We'll just put them in there, and they'll fall straight. So I'll take the split one little braid until like just a little bunch here, a little bunch. Grab it, wrap around it. One, two, and grab another little bit of the section on the other side and tie both ends together. Holding the other braid the whole time. It's not that easy to do, but you'll get the hang of it. You braid it, you tie it twice so that the braid doesn't come undone. Don't worry about these little spiky things. We'll fix that after. Okay, so I've done already 2 sections. We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna do one more section here, and then we'll separate it, and then we'll take a break. Yeah, I mean, okay, mine is black. Nice. I love black hair. So the section is right where the middle is gonna be, and yeah, I'm gonna do the middle since it's just like right on there. I'm gonna do a section of the middle here, and it's about the same hair bunch as the other ones. You want to be able to take the sections and make sure that they're all kind of equal bunches, equal quantities. Like you can do big parts and then little parts. It's actually the art side of you. So, but normally, professionally, when they do it, they make sure that the parts are even, that the hair even little squares. You can make them into diamonds if you want. It just depends on what you like, and add your own kind of style or your own kind of creativity. Can make you, if you're really good at parting it, you can make them into diamonds, hearts, anything you want, any shape you want. You all you have to do is kind of just make sure that the parts are nice and clean, and because that's the part when you do this, when you section out the hair, the sectioning has to be nice and clean because that's what makes it look professional, and and that's where your art will shine through the parting. You might part them into circles. You might, if you're that good, you can part them into anything you want. So So it's all about your own personal art. So, okay, so I sectioned this. Now, as you can tell, this part here is my hair's layered, so it's smaller pieces than it is here. But let me see if I make this into two. I think I will make it into two or three. I think I'll do three. So one and then two and then three. So I just want to make sure that this part here uh is like the other one. No, I don't have to make them the same as the other one, but I still have to make them nice and clean parts. And with the small braids here, like the like my hair is this big here on the front because I have bangs. either section off the bangs or add the hair to the bangs, like this one section, and then we're going to wrap around it as close as we can to the bottom, to the base of the hair, or I should say the hair, the skull part, right? So see, this hair is smaller, but I'm gonna have to wrap the hair nice and close to the head so that the small parts don't come out. But I'm gonna just section this out because that'll be my first one. And then there's two. I could do two or I could do one. Like it's up to me. See, like the section is still I can make it into two parts. See, I could go down the middle like that and make it into two parts, or I can make it into one part. Just depends on how much time you have, how much patience, and a lot of what would you call it? I guess force. You need a forced will kind of to do it, but if you're motivated and got energy, you can take your time and make this look like a masterpiece. So we got three braids already, and this is going to be trimmed down. Like I'll show you how to do the first one. There it is. No, it's not this one. I did have the scissors here. Where are they now? Oh, there they are. So this is hair scissors, and what you want to do is just cut the ends of the hair that are coming out. See, you might want gonna do this, but if you're good, you don't have to cut this much off. See, you just trim around it like this. See, this one's sticking out, so we trim it. The little baby hairs that come out, you trim them, and it's not just the real hair. You know, if you do the real hair nice and tight and section it off, but this is sort of down the ends too. You'll have to kind of just trim off the excess because that's what you got to do to make it look professional. You can use a little bit of gel, to manipulate the hair to not stick out like this. But even final touches, you might want to just trim the ends, trim the little stickies that come out. See now, look all the way down the end. You see these little fuzzes here? That's what you're trimming. So this is what something you would do at the final process before you put it in the hot water kettle, because the hot water kettle is going to give them like going to make them warm so that they just go down, right down and fall like real hair. Don't cut your real hair, just the little sticks, only the little ends that stick out. Now you can buy this hair. I think it's better to do a few and then start cutting, because then you get lost, and you might leave one braid that is not cut, and it doesn't look that great. You want it to look really good. So right where the braid is, right down to where the braid is tied up. So don't put it right down to the braid because then you're just going to make a mess and cut the braid. You just want to get the ends that stick out. Oops. And it's a bit time consuming, so it's best to do a few braids, then do it. That looks good. This one, oh, there's still some here. And there's 4 sides to this braid, believe it or not. There's the 2 edges and the 2 sides. So great. So break time. This section out. It's the last section on this side. And maybe I'll see if I want like to flow all this side, and it will fall this way so the part is wrong. So no, I'm gonna have to part it right in the middle and have both braids come out. And then the back is gonna be hard for me to do all today. But I'll probably just do the front and tie the back up. So I'll be right back. Hopefully. If I don't die of a brain aneurysm or something. Back again. So take this section here. Put this much hair. And go in the middle of it where there's kind of a curl there. Well, it's right in the middle. So we're going to take this section here. Sure, I grab this section. And you want it closer to where, like flat where the shortest hair is. So we're going to wrap it, pinch it, wrap it once, twice, 3 times. And then you're just going to braid it, but make sure that you braid it so that, like, if you start to braid the 3 sections and you find that it's kind of loose, go the other way. You got to braid it towards where it's the tightest and it braids right in. The other way with the other strands, not the one that you're holding after doing the turning. So this is about how much hair that I'm going to start adding the long pieces to, and like make them into the sections, but just add because it's right, and you want to make sure it's nice and tight. So if it's not tight, go the other way. And there's the hair with the that I added. Oh wait, is it? Well, it's too much actually, so I have to take a section of it, add to the hair, and then braid it tightly whichever way it has to go so that you don't lose your tightness. And oh, here's, darn it, separating again. So that's good, okay. So this one's a little bit thin, so I gotta add, yeah, this one's thick now, so I got to take a little section of it from this thinnest one and just add a little piece to it. You want all the quantities to be the same kind of quantity, all 3 strands. If one is thicker than the other, then take from which is thicker and add to the other pieces. One other piece. It's always one that you have to add to. So, okay, so you want nice and tight. So you don't have to take any strands. If they're sticking out, you can add a section and see there's like, just make sure that it's nice and tight. See, if the hair's too thick compared to the other ones, you have to start adding to the other ones so they're not thin and they're all equal amounts of strands. So look, see, there's a little bit here, but it's better than that other section here because I didn't take little parts of it, so it would just be a big chunk out there. So what you want to do is you want to braid it in as tight as you can. So now you get to this point where you pass the hair, you pick up speed. Pinch it, braid it, pinch it, braid it, pull it through the strands, because if you don't, it'll start knotting over here. So this would pick up speed. Go as fast as you can all the way down. Like, don't try to do it too tight where your hands are so clamped and tight. This is good. This is where you loosen up the tightness in your hands and you pick up speed and just braid down. Make sure you separate them as you go down, because then if not, they could get tangled and then it'll be ruined and you'll have to cut it and start again. So like, that's what I mean when you have to separate them or else they'll get tied. So pick up speed. Make sure you braid the way you want it to go. Just kind of have to remind yourself that you pick up speed after it's braided in. And at the ends as well. So what was the highlight of your day, RD? What was good about your day today? Lunch, eating, what was it? Smoking a doobie, what? Mine was just having inspiration to get up in the morning. Don't ever be scared to do something new or different or try doing yourself. Don't ever be discouraged. Anybody can do it. And you just wrap the little hairs around and then give it a double knot so the braid don't come undone. But normally you would use beads at the end. I'm not sure how to add the beads. I'm not sure. Maybe you have to burn the ends. I really don't know. I have never done it. So I'm going to trim the ends as I go along because if I do it all at the end, it'll take me longer. And if I just do it one at a time, I think it's better than doing them all because they might tangle or not tangle but get lost and you'll have one hair with like little spiky hairs everywhere. So you want to go as close as to the braid as you can without cutting the braid. And just make sure that there's two little side ends and there's two sides. This is sort of like the final touches, but the final the most final one will be when you put your hair in the boiling kettle water just to make it straight and manipulate it to fall like hair because right now it's just like wiry when you put it in the kettle, the hot water kettle, all the way to where the hair is, and then you let it drop, it'll fall like hair. Okay, so let's do the other one. Well, there's one here. I can make it into two. I think I'm going to make it into two because there's only one, two, three sections before the middle part. And I started with one here, two here, and now three. I could do it into two, but if I have a hard time, I'll do it into two. But I'm gonna do it into three parts. So let's take this part, cut it right down the center, or actually, I'm gonna part it the same as this other one here to make sure it's just a clean line. But like I said, it's up to you. You can make diamonds. You can make little sections of hearts, or you just have to make sure you take the sections as nice, clean clean sections. So I'm going to separate this hair into two. That makes three braids on there. And it's a little smaller section compared to the other ones, but like I said, I want like maybe more strands on top so it could look good. So here's this section. I would take a section from the hair. Usually for my set of hair, it's three bunches like this. So this is split in the middle. So it goes right here. So take this section, separate the sections, because or else it won't look good. You won't have a nice clean cut. So then you want it a little bit up, like on a 90-degree angle, and then pinch it right down to the scalp, right? And then go in the middle with this middle hair and wrap one of the ends around the portion of the hair 3 times. So one more time. This is gonna make them stay in, but you have to make it nice and tight. And then you make all the ends nice and tight. You're gonna braid it. Now make sure that you braid it in a way that it's gonna be nice and tight and it's not gonna undo. So if it's undoing and you're feeling it and it's coming undone, you're going the wrong way. So try braiding it the other way. So you got 3 sections already, and you make it nice and tight. Tight braids are the ones that look the best. Now the portions are all kind of the same, but it depends. You can make big portions too, and you'll have to add hair. It's a total different process. But I'm going to because split this hair into different sections because you want the hair to be not sticking out and like looking lumpy compared to the other ones. So just make sure that you take little sections of the braid to braid it nice and tight. You'll get better, I promise. So this one is a little thinner than the other one, so I'm going to grab a little bit of hair, add to it, section it on 3 sections again, tight braid, tight braid. So this one here is like little 6 sections of the hair have been split with the other ones. So I'm splitting them again, and I'm going to split them again because he's already sticking out almost, see? So I just going to make sure that it's nice and tight with the other ones. And I'm going to keep adding hair because this one's thicker than the other ones. So little sections at a time to make the other quantities the same quantity strands. You don't want one thin and then thicker. So that's where you take the thickness, add to the thin one, and then go over and just separate it. But don't separate it. Well, I don't know how to explain it, but just make sure that you take little ends so that you don't see that your braid is ending in a big chunk one. So you just braid, and then when you get past the hair, start picking up speed, braiding downwards. Pinching the hair as you go over, pinch it over. Always pinching it because if you lose the pinchiness, then it's going to get loose, and you don't want loose braids unless you want loose braids. It looks better tight though. Well, it looks more professional, you might say. So these sections are getting a little thin. So I'm going to add a little bit more hair to the sections and go over and under like you just braided it. If it's getting a little loose, go the other way, but make sure that all the strands are the same length. And if one is shorter, add the longer piece to it, and then like just a little section. You don't have to put the whole thing, it's just a little bit, and then make sure you always have three strands to be braiding into, of course. So because this one is more on the top of the head and not the bottom, like I'm going to be braiding it almost all the way to the ends because the hair is going to be, the same length as the other ones, in which the other ones had to be cut, but the top layer ones, they don't really have to be cut. They just have to be braided right to the very end almost so they can match the other ones. See, because the length is going higher, it has to be braided longer. But you could have it any way you want. You don't have to braid it right down to the end because, like I said, you'd have to add more hair if you want the same kind of length and then here. And we'll try adding the long hair one time. I haven't really done that, but I think I've seen it done, so I should be able to maybe duplicate it somehow. Okay, so once you get to the ends, you grab a little section, like from all three ends, and then wrap it around the whole thing. One, two, and then braid it with a little piece of the other end, and then just tie it. And it's double tie. So once, and then another time. Which is harder to do, but you'll get the hang of it. So, look, there's little pieces that stick out like that, and you have to trim them. If you have long hair, you won't have to do trimming that much trimming. And there's just so many colors you can get the hair. You can get blonde, you get purple, you get black. You can get like the goth color. Like it's endless the different hairs you can get. So last section of the of one side of the hair. If you have a little section thing like these things, they're perfect because look, I put the rubber band and it's giving me a hard time sticking to it, and like some hair is not coming out of it, so I'd have to keep, we'll have to cut it out there. So I guess at first, like this part here, I forgot this section of the hair. So you might have like these pieces that you forgot, little pieces. They're harmless. Don't worry. Okay, so here we go again. Like we take a section of this hair, the fake hair. Like I just told you about that much for the sections that are my hair. So like make sure you pinch it at the bottom of the hair, but like you want to make sure it's a 90-degree angle in which you pinch it. Then wrap the hair once, go in the middle, pinch it, wrap the hair once, twice, and three times. So it just switch it so lightly that it's going to be a tight braid, and you have your three strands, so you could start that. And you can start sectioning it out already, taking little pieces of the real braid, adding it to the other pieces. Oh, this one's a little bit loose, so I have to do it again. It has to be right on the 90-degree angle, and it has to be flat. Right, so maybe you want to twist it a little bit. Twist it like that. See, so it's flat. Does that make sense? Flat on the head. Okay, go in the middle with this section. Pinch it. You got your pinching it. Now you're going around once, twice. Well, make sure you take this section out or else you get all tangly. And then three times. The third time. Make sure, like I said, you pinch it at a 90-degree angle. And now you got to braid it. So make sure that you braid it nice and tight, and that it won't lose your place. So start adding a little bit of hair to the other ones, because that's where you're going to get your length, and that's where you're going to get, you know, your sections, so that they won't like be short than the other ones. You want to start splitting the real hair into the other sections. Does that make sense? So here's your real hair, and then you just take little sections and then turn it into three, always three. But when you're doing it, make sure that that you're adding all through all three sections the real hair, little bits of it. See, this one's already so like short, right? And it's thin than the other one. So take a little bit from this one and then just add it to that one. And then you're gonna have to play with it and see where it's tightest. Might have to go under or over. It just depends. But what you want to do is you want to make sure that the hair is braided and, yeah, nice and tight. It's just sticking out this part here. So when you get past the hair, don't worry about it coming out. You didn't do it wrong. It's just that you need to section out your braid, your real hair braid, with the other little sections. So like I'm doing now, like so, because this section is a little bit thicker than this one. So I gotta make them all equal parts. So if they're not, just take a little bit of the braid, not half of it, but just a little bit, and then add to the other braid and start braiding it in with your three sections. So this one is still a little thicker. So I'm gonna take a little bit from there. You can feel it while you're doing it correctly, because it's not supposed to feel like one is bigger and it's easier to braid. Got a little tangle here, so we're gonna take the comb and also make sure that the down here the sections are separated because they could knot here. So as soon as you get past the hair, pick up your speed, like your real hair. I mean, you know what I mean. Now you're just braiding the synthetic hair, so pick up your speed, pinch it, go over, pinch it, go over as quickly as you can. Doing that in the process. Should smile, looks better. But nice and tight is the best thing for the braids. If you do a loose, it looks like you've had them on for like 6 months. It's easier to do on someone else than yourself, that's for sure. So these ends, they're the ones getting shorter. I take a little bit of that one, so I don't lose my braiding where I am. So now all the sections are the same size. I continue to braid as fast as I can. If one is shorter, that's when you add the longer piece to it. But don't take like half of the braid unless you have to, right? Because you can tell by feeling it that you need a little bit more on one strand than the other. And just make sure that you braid it over where it feels like it's in place and it also feels tight, and you haven't lost the braid technique yourself. Like the technique is that like you have three strands, they're all the same quantity, and that they're all the same length too. So if one's shorter, take the section, braid it over or under to where it flows. Because if the braid is like coming undone because you went one side, go the other side, it'll tighten up and you'll get your braiding right back. I haven't done this in a long time. It's been probably about, oh gosh, a good 3 4 years, or it's going on 3 years. No, it's almost 3 years. I think it's almost 3 years. So so I haven't done my braids in 3 years, and I had to paid someone to get them done, and I haven't done them in 3 years. So that's probably why I have the motivation to do so. It's some people can't be bothered just because it takes a lot. It's a lot harder to do on yourself. It really is. So I'm just gonna trim the tie and trim the end here, and like we're gonna do them individually. As soon as we do them, we're gonna trim the sides. Like it's not just your hair that you're trimming. You're trimming this synthetic hair too, because they tend to stick out as well. So don't think this is not a procedure of braiding. It really is. But you may have gel as well, like that'll keep the little hairs from flying, from sticking out. That'll help. But at the end of the braiding, you'll have to trim it no matter what. And like if you cut your real hair, that's okay. It's not noticeable. You won't notice. You should not notice. I know that. Like what I mean by no notice is that if you were to take the braids, you would never notice that you just got a haircut. It's more like a taking the ends that stick out. That's not even a haircut. You know what I mean? Haircut is like you get a style. You have to aim it at a 90-degree angle or whatever angle you want, depending on which haircut. But this, you trim it to make it look neat, professional, and that's what the professionals do. If you don't want to trim it, you don't want to trim it, you don't have scissors or something, just use gel to hold it down. Hairspray might help. RN, are you back? So, what was the highlight of your day? Just coming home or what? Relaxing. What's the best part of your day? Okay, I did a little bit now. See, I did one whole section. How many braids do we have? One, two, three, four, five, six braids. Six braids here, six braids here. All right, we're gonna take a break. How do you guys like it so far? This one here is a little bit towards down here, but that's okay because the hair is really short. That's why I had to tighten it here instead of up here, because then the hair will just have to go back and then it might not be long enough to stick. But always start from the bottom. So let's just do our section here and then we'll take a break. I just cut the strand. I don't have time for it to grab my hair or anything. Just make sure you don't cut your hair. So start the section just like you would this one. Let's see the inches here. It's probably here. So you just section out a piece. Section out a clean section. Turn me. Gross. So I'm going to do this one into one, like this one here. Like I said, twist it a little bit maybe. And then like just pinch it right at the 90-degree angle. So like nine up like that, but pinch it right close to the skin. You can turn it a little bit so you can get right nice flat pinch to the head. Then like you did one, two, and three, and then braid it into the three sections. But make sure that when you braid it, it feels good. It's tight. If it's coming in loose, go under. Go the other way, or grab another strand and try to maneuver it until it feels like it's in the right place, and you'll know because it'll grab right it'll stay right there, and if you go the wrong way, it'll just come out. If you go the right way, it'll blend right in there and it'll stay. Look, it's staying. See, it'll come out. All right, take a break, and might go upstairs for some Tylenol. I got a headache. Crazy, eh? Oh, actually, I'm gonna try a different thing here. I would have did a different color, but like I said, I only had this hair. Be right back. All right, so let's start. We have this section, and I just want to make sure where exactly I put it in the center here. It is a different, it's about the same. Oh, it is a little higher up. This one is a little higher up. So let's section that. I want them kind of the same on both sides, but it doesn't it's really just the eye of the beholder. This is a great something to do for your kids, if you want to cheer them up, try something different, depending. So just do a little twist and try to make it exactly directly. Well, depending on this one, but yeah, this one is already kind of direct. Give it a little turn here. It's directly in the middle. Give it a nice little pinch and a nice tight. And like you're going to take a section. Sorry, you already know what kind of section I take. And we're going to wrap whatever is more comfortable for you. I'll usually use the one on this side. One, tight. Hold your hair nice and tight. Two, nice and tight. Going around nice and tight. And three. Okay. Now, it'll feel just right how you should braid it. Yeah, that looks good. So, you have three strands. Start braiding. Now, because remember the little hairs come out? That's one is the transformation of like right when you start getting shorter and the hair. So you might just want to split little sections of it already, see, and braid it, and then like keep doing it until until it's all blended into the three strands. Now, one is going to be your real hair, the other one's going to have a little bit of your real hair, and the other one should have a little bit of your real hair. So that's the secret of like See, this one's a little thinning now, so that's the real hair, and it's thinning. So I'm gonna grab not the real hair that I put in there already, but the fake hair, a little tiny section, and 1/4 of it, just to make it together. It'll feel thicker, and so we start braiding over. You grab a little bit of hair. It's like French braiding. Grab a little hair and start braiding, and you want it nice and tight the whole time. If you make it loose, trust me, you'll get loops. And just leave the loop. Don't try to cut the loop because the loop will ruin the cut of your hair. So, and then like this one's a little thicker, so I'm going to take a little bit of it and put it on the other sections and braid over it. Always pinching, always making sure it's nice and tight. And also braiding the ward towards down. You don't want to be, you can braid it up towards like that if you're doing it on someone else. This probably going toward the downwards is better. So yeah, you want to make sure that when you're going down, you're doing the tightness of the braid, because if you do the tightness, there's not going to be any hair coming out. And then we don't have to cut it. You know what I'm saying? So if you do it nice and tight, make sure you grab the real hair and tighten it up with your braids there. You'll only have a little bit of strands to cut instead of thick parts of your hair. Once you get past the braid, pick up your speed. Tight, tight, always tight, especially with curly hair. You have to manipulate the hair by making the braid nice and tight. That's how you manipulate the hair to do what you want. So this one, the strand is a little thinner, and not just thinner than the other ones, it's a little shorter. So you take a little bit from that section, add it, and continue to braid. It should be sort of like a mirage. It was part of that hair the whole time, but it's not. You just added it and then continued to braid. With a French braid, you pick up hair and then you braid over it. This one, you're splitting your little section and you're just adding it to the other piece so tight that they can't even tell that it's not the strand from another piece. So you pass the hair, pick up your speed, tight, tight, split that. Make sure you split that once in a while. Tight, tight, pick up your speed. Always remind you to pick up your speed when you braid the fastest. Is everybody wants you. Okay, let's go. And the neatest, and take pride. This is you, and people will notice your art. They'll notice your heart. They'll notice everything, and they're willing to see you and make time for you. And no matter how long it takes, they'll wait. They'll go on your schedule, not theirs. So it's very nice to have clients like that. It's like a best friend for life. So okay, we're going to go for quicker, like I'm talking, but if you could talk and work, the more you talk, the faster you should go. That's a good idea. So we're talking, and not only talking, we're working fast. We're picking up speed because this part is easy, and you don't want to sit there and tighten and make it every second. You want to make it like every faster than a second, and get that habit of doing so. So this one is from the bottom, and I usually don't braid until we're going to learn how to add pieces in between so that the braid is the same length all the way down. But right now, my loves, I have to experiment with that, and I don't want to do it today. Today, I want to know what I'm doing, and that's how I know. But you'll learn. You add the loop to the three strands, but I still haven't figured it out. I have to play with it. So yeah, you have to kind of try different things. So this strand is getting a little skinnier, so I'm gonna do the same thing. Take it from a little other strand, and that's the key to adding that hair is you're going to be adding little strands from little sections and adding it to the 3-strand braid. It's always 3 strands to make a braid. Oh, well, you can make other braids with others, but I'm just saying for the braids that go on this hair, it's 3 strands. So, but yeah, there's everything out there. I don't even know. Like, I haven't been in the school education system for like 26 or 27 years or even more. I think already 30 years. So I need a little bit of upgrading. I need to read a few books. So we're slowing down, but thank you for noticing because now we're picking up speed. So you get down there, you grab a little strand, like maybe 2 of them, 3 of them, depending on the hair here, and wrap it once, twice, 3 times, lady. All right, and then you grab a little little 2 or 3 strands, tie it up once and twice. You could do it all at once until you get the desired length. But we're still going to learn how to do that add-on of more hair to make the same length of braid all the way down. Like here over here, look how small the braid is, right? But look here, it's bigger. Does that make sense? Or you can see it. Okay, so I once you braid it, see these little strands here. Can you see it? Yeah, that's where you're going to trim to make it look very professional, or gel it down, hairspray it down. Do whatever little experiment you want to do. Maybe sugar will work. I don't know. Do what kind of little experiment of yourself. You're brilliant. You're a genius. You got this. So I'm just showing you because you probably won't see from far. But like this is your hair, and sorry I can't see, so I'm not really cutting it. But do you get what I'm telling you that you should cut is this stuff, and it will be your real hair. See, your real hair is theirs, but it's just a little ends, so no worries. It's just to make it even, and to you know what else it is. It's there to it's there to the less than the other one, I would say, because you know why, babe? Because look, I'll tell you why. Because the other ones, I did the braid a little bit thick. I didn't section like when I did the three braid. I had the real hair in the twos, right? And then you go right, you braid it, right? But then I waited until remember that section. But you could start like when you braid the real hair, you could already start splitting that hair into those other 2 sections, right? Slowly, so that you don't have to trim it. It makes sense when you actually feel it and actually do it. But I hope you understand what I'm saying because it's frustrating when people don't understand or have no vision of what I'm trying to relate to. So we're taking another section out. Now, the faster you do this, the better, but you want to do a good job and you want it clean. So I did this hair into 3 sections, so I'm going to do this hair into 3 sections as well. Or wait, if it is, yeah, it will be, it will be. This one looks a little bit thicker than the other side for some reason. So, oh, and to this hair, what was it that I took here? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like whatever I decide to do. See, I'm trying to make it 3 sections. Yeah, I think I think it's okay, but I think that it has to be nice and clean. It would have to have like an even to it, but it's like crocheting. You just match the boxes, like it's like crocheting, like like you'd have to like. No, I wouldn't say crocheting. It's almost like if you want it to look good, you'd have to match this one to this section. But you don't have to. It's not written in stone. Like you could do whatever as long as the sections are clean, and they're clean. It doesn't have to go with the flow. You know what I'm saying? So there's one section. I'm gonna twist it and set it aside. Where's that pin? Here it is. So I'm just gonna pin it down here like with this. This is very helpful, by the way. They're pin curl. Oh gosh, for the life of me, clamps. The pin. Oh, I don't know, baby. It's been so long. But you find them at the hairstylist or any kind of hair supply place. Hair clips. That's right. There you go. Pin curl clips. So this one isn't the same kind of section as this one. See what I'm saying? But you want to maybe make it look like they are even, and like you want to make it look sort of like that this braid matches up with this one, and or because it might be weirdly noticeable, or just something. But professionally, you want to just match up with the clean cuts that you have. Also, kind of give the hair a little twist because that'll help you manipulate it and hold it down from sliding and making it you know making it loose. So take a section of the hair, and you could take the thickness that you want. By the way, if you want a big ass braid, thicker braid, like I just did a thicker braid right now, by all means, you're the master of your castle, or king. Sorry, but you know what I'm saying. One, pinch it, wrap it around. One, nice and tight. Two, and you're at the same time you're holding both of the other hairs. So two and three. I did three. So, and you don't have to do three times, depending on what hair you have and if it holds good. But twice you could do it over to or twice, but at least twice. Under, over, whatever you need to do. Nice and tight. You could aim it out like that at first. It's probably better when you do it somewhere is like that. Oh, and make sure, see what I was talking about? If you don't separate the bottoms here, they get tangled up, and then you'll have to do it over because this is like this will never break this hair. It's synthetic. It'll burn, but it won't break. It's like plastic hair looking. The best way to learn how to do things is on yourself. And then you're a master at doing it on other people. You've mastered it. Okay, so look, so this section is a little bit thicker, so I'm going to take a little bit of the thicker section, put a little bit, make sure you hold all three sections, put a little bit and add to the one that's thin, and then braid under it like three strands always. So I'm going to do the same, do it again with the other braid too, and start braiding. See, it's still kind of a little too thick, so I'm going to add and then braid under as normal. So you get to the hair where you're past your real hair. Can you remember this one? You speed up, but always making it tight. You don't have to cramp your hands up too much. Like this is where you can relax with your hands, I think. But you do have to kind of thumb always on your braid, or else it'll come down or it'll be loose. And you can make them loose after, or you can make them loose while you do it. It looks amazing because you know why? Because you did it. Like I'm not a perfectionist. Like I am a perfectionist. So when I finish my stuff, I say it's okay, you know. But when I do it on someone else, I like to bring my art out of it and start doing like different hearts or diamonds or stars, or and I like to do different things. Like they're endless. They're endless. Okay, so pick up the speed. And like if you might get a loop or something, just comb them out, but make sure that you split the ends once in a while, like so they don't tangle. But it's sort of like don't stir occasionally. Sort of the same thing. So you're braiding, and then stir you occasionally would be that you split them, going like that down, and splitting the sections so they don't tangle up while you braid. Believe it or not, the small strands are harder to braid than the bigger strands. Or sometimes it might be the opposite for a certain person. I only speak for myself, so hopefully by watching me you'll know that all the time. I don't live forever, but I do like to share the secrets of keeping yourself busy and not worrying about the hectic life, and doing yourself first always, because I know, babe, but it'll be difficult, or maybe it's too late to do so. But it'll be amazing, and a huge change. Everybody, I think, would notice, and that might be good for confidence. You know, for once I did myself instead of going to pick up the grandkids. I you know I had a you know a coffee and a Sunday brunch or something, and then I went. Well, the buses are hectic or whatever reason. But do yourself first, because it's always nice too, and it's good influence on everybody, especially the people that you love, that think that that know that they could benefit by your advice because you did everything wrong. I know I might sound like a hypocrite, right? But hey, I was a hypocrite, and then I wasn't, and then I was. Once you're a hypocrite, you know you can comment on hypocrite things. So that's how I know. or give your opinion on hypocrisy. I mean, that's what I mean by that. And you could do it. You could be a hypocrite just commenting on the prostitution, right? What do you know? Okay, let's see. Anyways, I think that there's my opinion on things like that is that it's like your income tax. Don't you do your income tax? Don't tell the income tax lady, oh, I have to talk to my wife about that. I'm not too sure, just to go off topic, really, because you know what I mean? Don't judge. Obviously, not none of us know the story, so what, why even hassle those people, I do have a lot of compassion for women, though. In every race, we struggle. We go through a lot of judgment, a lot of sacrifices, holy moly, lots of sacrifices, and then two, at the end of the day, we usually are blamed for everything. It was like, but what if you did it and you're a man? And it's no big deal. I do it and I'm scored. I'm like, yo, you're the witch, right? Like, my God. Anyways, be careful out there. That's why I have the comfort agreement. I have to go upstairs because I have a headache and I'm gonna have to take. Oh, where's my friend? He's not back yet. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some Tylenol. Ooh. Ooh, it's chilly. Okay, so I'm gonna separate. I'm gonna have to put sweater on. I am so cold. What the heck just happened? Did someone just come from the grave. Hey, RD, do you know anybody that passed away? He's cold as ice. Brr. He was cold as ice. He doesn't harm anybody now. So twist it, hold it in the center, 90-degree angle. That means like you want to tighten it where you're going to be going from up from. Here's let's say this is the 90-degree angle. The section would be right there in the pinching. So that's what we're doing here. And if it goes a little to the side, it's a little loose, so big deal. You don't have that much energy today. Yeah, and you learn. I've done it loose so many times. It still looks good. It's different. It's a change. People notice. People comment. It's a conversation starter. People ask me, how do I wash it? I said, well, there's dry shampoo. There's and you can actually shower and wash the braids and everything. Oh, I forgot to do the. You can actually you don't have to twist it. You can actually braid it too. That's true. But I like to twist it. One, if your hair is fine. Whoops. Two. That's how I learned it. You have to go around. But anyway, it's good sometimes. It just depends on who wants to and what makes them feel comfortable and less anxiety. Okay, so we're past the hair. Don't worry about those sticky things. We'll take care of them later. Here's a little tangle here, so I'm just going to brush it. And you could be as rough as you want with this because this is synthetic. This thing just comes right on. Just you won't feel a thing. Okay, so we get past the hair. We build speed. Nice and tight, pinching the skin always, like so. Use the thumb and the index finger. Or another finger, whatever's comfortable to you, babe. This isn't you know what I mean? You could do your own technique. That's why I loved cosmetology. It sort of brings out a character out of you if you do your own technique and have like they hold competitions every year. I wanted to compete, but yeah, I just retired and I haven't been. I've been focusing more on YouTube than I have the competition. But you can enter competitions and win awards. Like it's so red carpet, like if you really are as a student, as cosmetology, you can enter as a student. It's cheaper for students, and all you need is your grade 10 education. So, and then after you pass you do the theory, then you do the practical, which is hands on, and they see how you do. And like I remember being a hairdresser, and I saw the confidence of my hairstylist, and I said, "Wow, I want that. I want that kind of a job where you are just confident in your work, confident in your heart, and have faith in people, and just kind of like yeah, okay, you used to be Satan worshiper. Okay, good. Okay, bye. I want to see your strengths, not your weaknesses, and build from that. And you're my protege. You're guys. I'm sort of feel like I'm your mentor somehow. So I get a lot of pleasure in return. I get just feeling like that. That's how I feel. So when you talk, just work faster. That's a good way of reminding. And so, yeah, there's other things that we can learn on the way. Weaving is you buying like real hair. Most people like the real hair weaving, but and so it's the kind of same thing. You sew it on, but you still have to braid the hair to put the weave on. So this is a going to be a channel where you know it, and you might as well try it. And if you obsess over me, that's good news, because well, then that's almost like saying, yeah, I want to see you, which sounds a bit crazy to me. Hey, I want to see you, and it's like, wow, if you only knew. It's not really like, it's not really, okay, take an end, another end, and you just nod it twice. But make sure you go, it's little tiny little sections. It's just a few hairs. That's how you tie it. And it's like plastic, so it won't come undone. You get a long hair, wrap it, tie it. So this is, I'm gonna cut the little ends of the hairs. It's all part of the professionalism. Nichiwa, Nichiya, no, Nichiya, Nichiwa. That means good afternoon in Japanese. I'm just kind of the person that believes that never ever feel like you can't do anything. You see something, oh, I could never do that. You know what I mean? Like I could tell you, I could never fly a plane. You know, but but being like me, I believe you could do it. Well, I believe I don't know. I would have to see to believe it if I could fly a plane. But that's just an example of like how I feel a human being is naturally. Is that you get a little bit nervous. You're like, oh, this isn't for me. I get too nervous or whatever. Or you just like nah. But honestly, I just believe it that you could do it. That you could that there's nothing will stop you from doing it. So I bet you I could fly a plane too. And I can fly. I mean, I don't know. I have to learn, right? Everybody has to learn how. Everybody has the capability. And it will feel like that at times, sometimes. So I did two, just like I did this side. One here, then the second section was two here, and the third section is three. And I'm going to match them to the next section here, or the clean cutting out. So I'm going to start with this front one, which is this side here, and this side here. Take a section like that. It's okay if they don't match up. You just have to make sure that your sections are nice and clean. And if you don't feel like doing three, don't do three, do two. Just doing two in your own style will just stick out. People will just be like, bro, where did you all of a sudden come up with this idea to get braids? But I like the braids because, dude, they're just a style. I like it. It's a change when my hair feels short. It takes forever to grow, and you don't have money for hair color. And last month you prepared for this. You bought a package, $15 for hair, left it there for like 3 years in the closet, and look now I feel like using it. Okay, so twist it so you can get the 90-degree angle we're getting at, which is the point of your head outwards and right in the middle. Take a section of your hair. Oh, I'm actually lose. This is the last piece of the hair, it seems. So I'll have to open another one. And also you could make it in the quantity that the hair that you have left over. So if I wanted, I could do one braid and use the rest of this hair. But I still have two left, so it's okay. So pinch it and then go once around it, twice. Twice it seems good enough. Okay, so the other one's probably three, but twice looks good. Braid it like you would a 90-degree angle. We'll fix that later. Or straight down. Depending how coarse the hair is, you might have to do a few things. I don't recall right now what curly hair might do. You might have to like apply more pressure, straighten it out, or make smaller little sections, braids. But you could do this with real hair. It's a little more difficult. You might have to use some kind of a styling product at first, or not. I really haven't done real hair. So once you get past the hair length, we pick up speed. Going down, separating them occasionally. Should braid the direction that you want it to go, but don't worry about that because we'll fix that later. Right, I was supposed to speed up the more I talk, but I forgot. If you lose your grip, like don't worry, just get back on there. You'll complete this. So if this little section is thicker than the other two sections, then start adding little hair to little hairs at a time. I would say about 1/4, not even half of the hair. You can do half, it's up to you. But you just want to make sure that the more you talk, the faster you go, and you want to make sure that you have even sections, the 3 even sections, the quantity of hair sectioned out, and also the length. So let's say you have one short piece and one long. Take the long, a little section of the long piece, mix it with the short, and always braiding it in 3 ways. So like don't you can section it, but make sure when you braid it over so you don't see that you split the sections because it was too short or it was too skinny and uneven with the other ones. So, but hey, that's how you learn, and that's what makes it great. Even if you don't want to make the other ones the same length, you don't have to. It's not like I said. It's not written in stone, and it's all about what you feel like doing. If it looks like it's kind of agitating that you don't get it correctly, baby, take a deep breath. This is not supposed to be stressful. This is supposed to be you feeling the braids, and origami is so good for you too. And if you have anxiety, brush your hair, do something with your hair, style it, keep busy. Try to distract it by taking an action of some sort. So you grab like three strands, wrap it around, then tie it with another little 3 strands from there. Do 2 knots. Or just do what I do, tie it at the end, like you're about to sew. There, baby. You have a little knot, big deal. It's just supposed to keep the braid from coming undone. And I can't find my scissors. Where are they? Oh my goodness. Where did the scissors go? They're right here. Okay, so then we're going to cut the ends. This is the ends that I'm talking about. See these? We're going to trim them right down to the braid, but don't cut the braid. And just make sure that there's little sections. There's the sides and the face of the braid and the back of the braid. What I mean face is the flat surface of the braid. And also the sides of the braid. So it's kind of like you're trimming all the sections that are sticking out, where there's the back side going all the way up the braid. Also, and here's the real hair, just trim it, don't worry about it. This is going to look professional, or gel it. If you don't want to trim it, gel it. I like to do it right down to the braid. Could hairspray it. I think you need something to manipulate it so that it doesn't have these little things. So there's one more section, and I did it into three. These two are up here, so I'm going to do that again to three as well. So there's one section. Now I have to do two out of these, and I'm just going to match it with this side here. So this here is going to be right there. Just let me see here. It's not really that clean because I could feel the little hairs going the opposite direction, but it'll do. And even though this one's down here and this one is here, you could match them like a line, you know what I mean? Like you're matching the line. One's up here and then you just kind of meet in between. Oh my gosh. So they kind of match the line. It starts here and it ends over here. There. That's great. Now we're going to section it off. Give it a little twist just to control it. To section it off with something, a pen, a little rubber band, anything, clamp, what do you call it? Pin curl clips. Those are handy. Okay, so like I said, the middle, the where the point is, straight up. That's a 90-degree angle, straight up from the point of your head or scalp, I should say. Uh, so then turn it where it's in the middle here. See, we just want to I kind of about pinch it, and we'll do this section here. Oh right, I don't have no more hair. So I'll just pin this out of the way for a second, or pin it right in the middle where I want it. And what I'm gonna do is there's more hair. I'm ran out of hair, so there's more hair. Let me see if this one's long enough. Yeah, this one's long enough. So this is I'm not sure if it's real hair. Could be synthetic. I'm not too sure, but I think I'm gonna use this one. So what do you do is get the section you want. Make sure it's brushed out with my little princess brush. Princess brush is really good quality. That's why. Okay, so I got my section that I want, which is about this thick, and now I'm gonna cut it through the plastic, which you can do this too. Instead of weaving it, you just cut it. Hold on. I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna be there to catch it. So right by where the plastic, where the little, what is this part called? See, I cut it right there. Grab the hair, and don't forget that we still have to wrap it. So here we go. The section. I'm gonna go on this end. I think it's real hair, babe, because it's giving me a hard time to grip it, and that's the difficulty you will have with real hair, is that it'll be hard to grip and braid because it's slippery. So we did a little real hair for you. That's nice. Oh, this is definitely real hair, babe. Real slippery. Synthetic hair, you could just like, gosh, you could do a noose. It's really it's really it's really synthetic. This one I gotta put a rubber band because the hair is not strong enough to tighten it. It'll come undone, and I'm not gonna cut it because it's brand new. It's hair, real hair. So there's the real hair there. And we're going to trim it because I like doing it right at the moment instead of all together. So I prefer to do it this way. Last piece. At the point of the hair, straight up, twist it. It's good to twist it, you have more control over it. But I have to still cut some hair out of here. And I'm not going to do it so thick because this hair is just a little bit. The real hair is a lot harder to do. You're going to need some gel for sure for the real hair. If you can do it with the real hair, I'm impressed. So gather a little bit of hair from each section because your braid is slowly coming to an end. So you want to make sure that it's braided so it's not going to stick out. So how do you do that? Make sure that all sections are even, nice and tight. If one is thicker than the other, then add. So let's add a little bit there. Continue to braid, but always tight, especially with the real hair. As soon as you pass the braid, pick up speed. Or not the braid. As soon as you pass the real hair and it's all blended, start to pick up speed. Or pick up speed if you have long hair enough. But you start to pick up speed in the shaft. That would be this part of the hair. Not the roots, but the shaft. And the ends. 3 sections. Roots, shaft, and ends. Shaft being the middle part, ends is the ends, and the roots starting from the hair, or the scalp, I should say. That's the roots. Darn it. I need a twist tie and I cut them. Oh, here's one. I saw one. Wow, it's already 8:16. I'm going to braid this a little bit down more. and just cut the ends. It's easier so doing it on someone else for sure. Okay. So right now, all we have to do is the water kettle. Shall we do it? I'll get the water kettle on, and we'll start. In the meantime, we can start clipping all these little spikies coming out of the braid. Very natural, very normal. Maybe with gel, you probably could avoid some of this. A strong holding product that will control it from being coming out like that. All right, I'll get that kettle going. Okay, well, the kettle's boiling. Tidy up here and take a break. So this is all real here. It's probably better used as a weave because that's how you sew it on. And we'll do that next time. We'll probably do that as a project of ours. So, but now we just do the water kettle. We put it through the water kettle, and this should just fall like real hair instead of like I have wires in my hair. Excuse me. Whoops. Excuse me. Let me blow my nose. Just go over there, make sure there's nice little trimmings you do around the hair, or I should say around the braid. This scissors I bought at the salon shop, the wholesale, or well, some of them wholesale sells, others don't. I want Japanese steel as my dream scissors, but I can never afford it. It's really so much more expensive, and yeah, so I have German steel. These are German steel scissors, and they work really good, but not Japanese steel. I mean, something about Japanese steel that makes it all worth what you pay for. Noshiwa, Nichia, Nichiwa, or something. You wonder how long does your hair have to be to get extensions? And the salon will say it has to be at least shoulder length. But I've done it without shoulder length. I've done it at least, you need like at least 3 inches. 3 inches, maybe the size of three. What's 3 inches? One, two, three is the size of a finger. You might a finger and maybe a little bit more. So maybe another about 4 inches. Let's just say 4 inches. And you should be able to do it. But like I said, you need the extensions and you need to have a good grip if you and like something to control it. You took your dress off. No, no, I was cold. I was cold, so I put it on. See what I still have. Yeah. So did you fall asleep, RD? I hate the crows around here, babe. Counting crows here in Winnipeg. Always, it's always crows everywhere. Oh, nice. Love Instagram. I know this looks a little bit weird, but this is how we do it in Portugal African store. So what you do is you take a little section, like maybe two of them, and you put it in the kettle here. I think I'm gonna do one at a time. Can't do two. So we just do this one. So you can see they're straining and they're behaving more like hair. Okay, that side's done. I'm doing them one at a time. Well, actually, I'm doing two at a time now. It's a little dangerous, so be careful. You might need some assistance. Don't do what I do what I say. Whoops. There. There we go. That was easy. Break time. Dude, didn't I have my... Where did I put it? Perfect. So we did it. See this why it's not so coursey now? That's what we did. We kettle watered it. And now it's all done except this one braid here. The real hair. I need a elastic on it. Maybe it fell. It's not in the kettle. I checked. Oh, it's right here. Maybe. Well, this one is. I cut it. All right, where did I put the other ones? Shoot. Oh, it's not going to stay. I have another one here. This one will work. Should not cut them. Gives me more time now to tie them with after being cut. Should just grabbed a ball of hair with it. I'll get it. Don't worry. There we go. Whew. Where should I knew where I put rubber bands. Huh. Where would they be? Oh, sorry. The fan on. Oh no. Ooh. Pink. I have to do the back still. But I'm not going to do it today. It's going to take a long time and I'm tired. Yeah. But should what do you think? Cut them if I want. Whew. Thank you. Oh, here it is. Here it is. It's better. Having problems tweezing the hair, I'm just gonna grab, one of these hair removal. I'm just gonna get a little bit on there, and it should grab. Start grabbing. Let's try a different tweezer. Oh my goodness, this one little hair. No hair, just try again or change tweezers. That's what I do. These hairs are so tiny. Why? Why? It's just they're so small. I just shaved them the other day. That's why I use that little micro shaver. And it's not easy shaving with or tweezing after moisturizing. Very slippery. I got it, but it just keeps staying on it. There we go. There we go. This is harder than I thought. Ugh. The other ones are just way too short to trim. I mean to tweeze. So we are going to. It's getting cold now. Just get the other ones that I can't grab. Ugh. Oh, is that when to start it? When I'm tweezing my eyebrows, I see. Hold on, let me blow my nose. Sorry, that sounded so gross. Osmond Zach, sorry. Got my puffers. Forgot my puffers. And what am I going to do now? I don't know where they are. Okay, I'll be right back. So, what do we do next? Let's put a little makeup on. So I'm gonna start off by doing the eyebrows and see if it looks better in the dark. It might. How's that? Does it look better? And then you can see like the circles if you see it. Okay, anyway, I can't do that because it's too dark. Let's try anyway. So we are using Clean Sensitive Ivory 305. I always like to start with my neck because that looks like the, what do you call? Oh, it's actually baby. There's not nothing left. Oh, there's still some, just a little bit though. Okay, so I start at the neck. Baby, what is that? That's disgusting. It's just weed or something. Okay, so you start off at the neck, because it's what tells me where I'm getting oldest is my neck. So that's where I start. But I like getting older, especially wrinkles and crow's feet. And the reason being, uh, because it looks good. Sorry to say, I love growing old gracefully. So I have to say that it's nice. Like it tells a story, and it's just nice to look older sometimes. Since I've always had problems with IDs and things like that. So I shouldn't have started with the foundation, but I did earlier put on the body butter on my face, which was still kind of, and I did put that cream for the scars, and it's good for dry skin as well. I like to try different ethnic products, especially for skin and hair. And I just like to put it all the way down my chest like this because I'm kind of aged over there too. I never used sunscreen. I was so bad. And I always promote toner, and toner. Toner, if you don't like to wear, makeup that clogs up your pores, because they do, they cover it so that you don't get like little, you know, pores showing. Like, because ever since the antifreeze accident, like here, all my pores kind of widen. But the toner, if you use the toner like religiously, sorry to mention that, but like all the time, the toner will correct the skin color to different skin tones in your face, like dark circles, redness around the nose, or like little imperfections that you might call like pimples or blemishes. So, but and if you do have a lot of blemishes and any kind of treatment for to the face will always have a toner. So the what I want you to kind of investigate on your own is try these toners and see which one you like, which one smells the nicest, or which one does really nice with your skin, and which one like kind of just makes it glisten and look and tighten. And so so you use it all the time. Like I like to put the makeup and then I like to tone it, and then I like to, but I usually put the toner before the makeup. So wash it, toner, uh, rinse it, toner, uh, apply foundation, and then like maybe I would sometimes I just like to put the toner on top. I use toner all the time. The more you use it, the more you'll have amazing results. Trust me. And plus, the teacher said, our cosmetologist teacher, she said, toner is the key to luminous, amazing, nourishing looking great skin. Uh, so I thought it was the serum too, but if you're one of those people that don't like cover up and makeup and things like that, toner is the key. Just toner. Like even when you shower, have a hot shower, you do a warm rinse, like a cooler rinse, just so the pores all over your body close. Excuse me. So we'll just let that air dry a little bit. I'm gonna turn down this because I don't want to get a cold. And it's too dark. I have to turn on the light. Now, like, let's say you have like a wonderful, important wedding date, and like you woke up and you have like a pimple on your face. You could do what the big fat Greek wedding movie says, like use Windex. It might work. I don't know. I've never tried, but also like to kind of get rid of it. I'm pretty sure it's these three basic colors. There's like a kind of a yellow color, a green color, and I think it's a pinkish color. And you just have to cover, like if you have a red one, then you want to add the green to get an absorbent of that color green to the red, which makes it a neutral color, or then you add the foundation will just grab and match the and just completely camouflage it. So, but but other than that, I wouldn't try to clog your pores. That's why you use the toner. The toner is the key. She made that clear. And she said that anything that smells really bad for your hair is the most supposed apparently it's supposed to be the best one for your hair. So I can't figure that out. What smells bad for your hair nowadays? Nothing. So, but maybe she's talking about an old product, or she said that whatever is the best for your hair wouldn't have a very pleasant smell. So that's something to think about, ladies and gentlemen too, or whatever you want to would be accepted as, my love. I'm here to accept you, and that's on point. Whatever you want, I will accept you as. So, and I understand you because sometimes I think I'm a guy up here, and look at me. Uh huh. Because I do a lot of thinking, and women don't normally think all day. So it's weird. It's one of those weird things. So, but yeah, like now I can't get with some guy. Like I'll be like, oh my god, what if he knows? What if he knows I'm kind of like a guy over here? Hey, I'll be like, no, I don't want to be gay, yo. You know what I'm saying? Think they did the switch brain. Okay, so we got here some beauty guru eyelash enhancement and serum. Eyelash enhancement and serum. Okay, so beauty guru eyelash. Okay, so let's put it. It's eyelash. Let's put it on the eyebrows too. And this is from Dollarama, so probably, you know what? Probably the alcohol intake, we're just probably making it worse. But who knows? Sometimes you'll find a good product that that is there. and but you really have to experiment with them. And I'm here to tell you that I don't really do it like all the time though, apply this stuff. So I really wouldn't over time, but I tell you, I like the products that right away show results. So you'll hear me tooting, tooting. You'll hear me blah 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 blah, guys. Oh man. There's one thing I'm getting excited about. Probably will be doing that next month. If my eyelashes are in good condition. I don't want to do eyelash extensions. I want to do it's called the eyelash curl and tint. So like I have like sort of dirty blonde hair naturally, but now it's kind of gray. But so the eyebrows, you could tell it's a dirty blonde, and then the eyelashes are kind of like a dirty blonde. So if you dye them black, they actually pop more. So it might look like a natural mascara of some sort, like no kind of coating or anything. So you don't really have like the sexiness of the mascara application, but you will have like lashes. So it's perfect for people with blonde lashes. Like they have the primer, than that, but tint them. They look amazing. I mean, I'm dirty blonde, so I should know. Once you tint them black, they just have a big pop, and then your eyelashes exist instead of just two eyeballs. Hello, two eyeballs. Oh yeah, that is my. All right, my baby. So let's get this on. Oh, let me describe this for you. It's a very thick oil. It seems to feel good though. It has a nice feeling. Like when you put it on, it kind of feels good. It's almost like castor oil or something. It just imagine being soaked in castor oil for a couple of hours. You might feel really good. Yeah. So anyhow, back to uh, reality. Let's do some music, can we? Do we have the phone around somewhere? I heard it ding. Oh, let me clean my nose again. I hate that. So whatever now you see it, now you don't. God dang. It was just here, Daddy. Where was that oil? Nobody came on here, did it? It's gotta be here. Things just don't fly away. Why wouldn't I put it back on the same place? That's weird. Maybe it dropped. It's gotta be somewhere. Well, what I was gonna say is that maybe it's a product. Here it is. It's standing up here. So the Beauty Guru eyelash enhancing serum. So whatever it enhances, it makes it nice and shiny. And I'm gonna put it on my whole eyelid because it feels good. I know I'm crazy, right, my love? It's like it's made for the eyelash, but I'm gonna put it on my saggy eyelashes. I mean, eyelids. That's what my daughter says, Mama, you're old. I said, old where? She's like, your eyelids. My eyelids? And I'm looking. I don't see it. I want to look like 80 of them. Then I'll notice, maybe. That was when she was 6. Excuse me. Now she's like, older. Well, they have their lives now. And man, I just hope that they make time for me once in a while. Like, that's all. Excuse me. My bad. Should I do like Marilyn? What an awkward situation. My noggin. Bad girl, bad girl. Ha ha ha. All right, so let's see. We're just gonna plop this stuff all over my eyelids because it feels good. And we're gonna tap, 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 tap around the eyelid because you don't want to stretch it. Sometimes you do it because it's scratchy and it's what you do. But if you can stop yourself from doing it, it'll be great. This here's the anti-freeze thing right here. This little here, there's a worry sign, but after the antifreeze went there, it just turned into a big scar right before my eyes, man. It burned my skin. I'm so just by chance, I'm lucky that it didn't like burn me beyond recognition because it was hot, but it wasn't that hot. And I went to open it, and I went, shh, and that's why you could tell, like, over here. I was only in my 20s, but my mom was like, "What happened?" I was like, "Oh my god, how do I tell my mother this?" But she always knew that I was kind of like a tomboy growing up, so she kind of knew that, But one time I got a soccer ball slammed right in the face, boom. But no word of a lie. He kicked it. The 17-year-old. It was like five fourth graders and or three. I don't know. You have to ask my friend and our friends, soccer team player friends, and like the 17-year-old said, "Okay, how about me and this guy?" And then against all of you guys, and they agreed. And then all of a sudden, I went goalie. He went there. He wasn't aiming at no net. Bam! Phew, right in the face. And I was okay, right? I said, like, I didn't see that coming. I said, look at this schmuck, 17. And I'm just a kid, right? I'm real a lot younger than this guy. And then, anyhow, the end of the story was that I was fine. I was good. I said, yeah, like I did. I should see that coming. It just seemed too quick. First, I was playing forward, and then this guy comes, and I get to go goalie. So I go goalie. Then my friend Steven grabs my arm, runs from a distance, just comes to me and grabs my arm, says, "Are you okay?" And then all of a sudden, when he touched me, I felt a lump in my throat, and then I was about to cry. I was like, and then I'm like, yeah, all right, you know. I mean, it hurt at the time. I wouldn't laugh now, but I'm just saying it was like a good movie you would make, and then because it did really happen, I have witnesses if you need them. So then nothing. But at that particular moment, I could have used a drink. I was like, oh man, I need to go home. I can't tell my mom I just got slapped in the face with a ball. They'll never let me come out again. They'll only say, "I told you so. Didn't I tell you?" So I felt like I could use a nice sturdy drink just to to go home with with a blessing at the moment at the time. Hey. Well, I'm just a kid. How can I get a drink? That's what I was thinking. Hey, because I had one, yeah. Hey, I don't know. That's how it was back then. The war still war. Good news is we had a few years with no war all over the world. It was nice. It was nice. It felt almost that we were gonna make a difference, like a good one. As a whole world team. It was really nice. All right. So, you like the hair or not? He puts a word. Yes, I get the word. No, I want to know. No, just go. Yes. Right. Okay. So, this thing I like it about Alex. I told you my baby. I know it's so smooth. Feel it. Feel it. Oh yeah, it's like a nice little eyeball massage. Ooh, la, that feels delicate. That feels gentle. That feels soft, smooth. Feels kind of soothing on the skin for some reason. Soothing. All right. My head hurts, baby. It's spinning round and round like a wire in the sky, and it's going up and down like I don't give a why. This is the new dance move that I'm gonna make up like this. My name is Cici. I come from almost like Tahiti, an island from San Miguel. Because the Sandro G is my idol. I love that guy. You guys ever listen to Sandro G? He's a Portuguese rap star. So yeah, he's like a G, I think. Anyhow, my loves, I might have to say goodbye because I got a headache, and I didn't finish it all. I know, but it looks kind of cute with the. Don't you think he sees as cute? But it would look unprofessional to leave it like this. So I don't know. I'm gonna try it out until I have more energy to do the back, and maybe if I wasn't so lazy, I could make it into two, three, bam, done. But it would have to be big section, bigger piece of hair. All right, thank you for joining me. All right, das so hot. Do you know what that just means? That's all right. All right, ciao now. Love you and leave you.